evening, everyone. I'm going to call our public board meeting to order at a respectable 5:31. In attendance tonight, we do have regrets from Trustee Hatfield, and on the phone we have Trustees Burgess, Olmsted, and Sipcar this evening. Can I get a mover to approve the agenda? Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Sartori. Do I have any discussion on the approval of the agenda this evening?
Madam Chair, Burgess has her hand up.
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. I note that there's been media coverage, and I appreciated your discussion over the radio that I heard about a discussion about facial coverings on the recommendation of WeChew. I'm wondering where we do that on tonight's menu. I heard something about a robust discussion, but limiting questions and question period, etc., I don't think would enable that. So where is that going to happen?
Thanks for the question, Trustee Burgess. I will be addressing in my chair's call or my chair's report information about our calls with the minister, and I think that would be an appropriate place to ask questions about that.
So at the chair's report, M4.
Indeed.
Okay, and can I just ask if there are anyone on the speakers list this evening? Pardon me.
There may be people on the speakers list. They have until 6:45 to sign up, so I will. I'll let you guys know that closer to that time.
Okay, so I support the agenda as it is with that understanding. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion, trustees? All in support of the agenda? And that passes. Hearing nothing from my colleagues on the phone. That passes. Thank you very much. Move into private session. Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Sartori. Anyone opposed to moving into public session? All in support or private session? And we're in private session. Thank you.
Brad Gorey
is now joining.
Participants are waiting in the lobby. To admit all participants in the lobby, press
*21.
Sarah Sipkar
Is now joining.
Ross
Is now joining.
Julia Burgess
Is now joining.
And now we have everybody. Thank you guys very much. We are reconvening our public session. It is 7:01. To reiterate the attendance, we do have regrets from Trustee Hatfield this evening. On the phone, we have Trustees Burgess, Olmsted, and Sipkar. We are now at land acknowledgement, and then we'll move through the remainder of the public agenda. So I will read our land acknowledgement this evening. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Any declarations of conflict of interest for in here, trustees? Seeing and hearing none. Actions of the board meeting private session. Trustee Cook.
Thank you. So we have property, F1. May I have a mover, please? Trustee Higgison, A seconder? Trustee Halberstadt. And all in favor? Awesome. Thank you.
Burgess.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the board meeting of March the 22nd. Moved by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Cook. Any discussion on those minutes? Any discussion on those minutes? All in support of approval of those minutes? Thank you very much. And that passes. Any business arising from those minutes, trustees? Any business arising from the March 22nd minutes? Seeing and hearing none. Our presentation this evening from our two student trustees. Are we starting with Student Trustee McCowie this evening? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, senior administration, and Director Kelly. Throughout the month of April, Student Trustee Hawkins and I have continued to visit elementary schools across the system. It is evident grade 8 students are anxious and equally excited to begin their high school journeys. Student Senate was able to meet in this very room last week for the first time this school year. Student Senators had a lot to share about what was going on in their school communities. From fairy tale proms to spring spirit weeks, there's never a dull moment with our secondary school student councils. Students also noted a return to a sense of normalcy and look forward to wrapping up their secondary school careers on a high note. We were fortunate to have Massey teacher Miss Pietro lead us in an unlearn activity. In small groups, senators considered images that provoked thought and discussion about social and cultural inequalities. We're also excited to announce Student Senate has officially amended its constitution to reflect the new student trustee election procedure. And while we're on announcements, we're extremely happy to announce applications are now open for the Greater Essex County District School Board Student Senate Student Leadership Scholarship. 2 $500 awards are available for graduating students, regardless of their pathway, who demonstrate exemplary leadership within their school communities. On another note, on behalf of French education students across the system, I would like to thank Superintendent Howitt and her incredible team for their efforts to reinstate access to the DELF exam, making it easy for our students to write the French language exam this year. Student Trustee Hawkins and I are also excited to attend the Osta ACO Annual General Meeting in Toronto next month, along with incoming student trustee for the city, Aya Knafer. We look forward to networking and collaborating with other student trustees from across the province. Additionally, with recent headlines indicating the GECDSB Board of Trustees may consider reinstating the mask mandate following Ottawa-Carleton District School Board's decision to do so, we as student trustees would like to take a moment to share the students' perspective. We cannot support reinstating a mask mandate. Students trust the science, believe in protecting one another, and understand the severity of the pandemic. However, with all due respect to trustees, Student Trustee Hawkins and I urge you to consider students' opinions. The ability to choose to wear a mask or not should not be a political choice, but rather a personal one. Students deserve the right to make this decision on their own. And in this time of near constant uncertainty, enabling students to have a choice equips them to be better leaders of tomorrow. As always, we would like to thank the Board of Trustees, Director Kelly, and Senior Administration for their continued support, notably Michelle Marquez and Superintendent Korbach, as they continue to guide us in our rules. And thank you to the GECDSB student body for sharing your voice. And now I'd like to pass it to Student Trustee Hawkins for our Student of the Month.
Thank you, and I'm honored to share with you all this evening that the Student of the Month for April is Sarah Detlinger, a grade 12 student at Kingsville District High School. Sarah is a model student for April's theme of initiative. Sarah is energetic and is never afraid to take action and try something new. She's a member of Kingsville's Charity Club, and she has a part-time job at Zehrs. She enjoys participating in theater both as an actor and as a prop maker. She played the lead role of Elle in the play Legally Blonde, and as well she has auditioned for Anne with an E, as well as many commercials, and has also participated in the Canadian Improv Games. An independent spirit, Sarah loves to travel and has participated in student exchanges, even winning a Rotary Club Exchange Award. When she was 15 years old, she traveled to Germany, and this summer she is traveling to Korea. She is bilingual in French and English and has even learned sign language. In the future, Sarah hopes to teach English abroad and wants to continue to explore the world. She is well on her way to that goal, having received an academic scholarship to Ryerson University, where she will study languages and intercultural relations. Sarah truly embodies April's theme of initiative. She truly enjoys learning about new things, getting involved, and manages to do so while maintaining a very high academic average, a positive attitude, and learning to knit, all at the same time. Congratulations to Sarah for being selected by Student Senate as April's Student of the Month.
Congratulations to Sarah, and thank you very much for your presentation and your report to us this evening. I'm always so impressed by our students, and thank you very much for bringing their voices to us. Do we have any questions for our student trustees on their report this evening?
Burgess?
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, if I could ask the student trustees, it's a very controversial issue about the discussion around wearing facial masks, continuing it, or for a temporary period. There has been a rise in cases and severity of the disease burden in our area. I'm wondering how Student Senate arrived at their decision. You represent all students, including those who are vulnerable and not able to be vaccinated, including our youngest learners. How would you come to a conclusion that you're speaking on behalf of all students?
Thank you for your question, and through you, Madam Chair. Student Trustee Hawkins and I do a lot to try our best to gain the student perspective whenever we come to the Board of Trustees with the opinions of students. And Student Senate serves as a collection of student voice and student leadership from across the system. And we are confident that Student Senate had done enough consultation with their student bodies within their secondary school panels. And we had extensive conversation at the Senate level regarding this decision. Our report was read to Student Senate ahead of today's meeting. And I know Student Trustee Hawkins and myself within our own school communities at Massey and General Amherst have consulted with our students and our staff extensively, especially the student body. And when arriving at the decision, while you are right, Trustee Burgess, this is quite the controversial topic at the student body. But again, we try to represent the voice of the overwhelming student body to the best of our abilities. And while it is quite literally impossible to represent the voice of every student, since there are so many differing opinions, we believe that this was the opinion of the vast majority of the student body, and one that is supported by Student Senate and the overwhelming student body population.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of our student trustees this evening? Thank you very much again, and congratulations again to Sarah. We have no delegations this evening. We do have several people on our speakers list. We'll have three. Their names are Dylan Lansbury. We do have a second delegation that will consist of two people, David Pellizzari and Jessica Irwin, and a third third speakers list from Tyler Campbell, just so trustees are aware. So I invite Dylan Lansbury to come on up. And Dylan will be speaking on our out-of-district policy. So Dylan, you will have 5 minutes. There will be a timer here, and after that time is up, I will cut you off kindly, and then there'll be some questions, or we'll be invited to have some questions from trustees for you this evening. So we can start the timer whenever you're ready.
Well, please go ahead. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight, also for your contributions and dedication to education, especially during these difficult times. I'm here today as a parent and concerned community member with the current practice of out-of-boundary accommodation regarding elementary schools. Secondary schools have a much different practice, and I will not be speaking on that matter. For my family, there is no other choice in the Greater Essex County District School Board. They have the best educators and programs in the area. We are very happy with the quality of education that they have received. However, the current lack of accommodation may discourage potential and current families, causing families to explore other educational options. Current practice is very consistent and equally applied. However, it lacks equity, empathy, and any consideration. It is a true disservice to families and an area for improvement without financial expense. Boundaries are used across Ontario to determine school zones, homeschool zones. Transportation is generally provided to attend homeschools if they live more than 1.6 kilometers away. The ministry requires an application process for families that wish to attend a different school than the one that the board has determined. These applications look very similar across Ontario, often a yearly process in which transportation is not provided to successful applicants. The Greater Essex County District School Board meets all of these requirements. However, it is the only school board that I'm aware of, and the only one in our area, that utilizes a practice of open and closed designations for determining out-of-boundary applications. Closed boundary schools are denied immediately, and with the new online registration process, which is quite impressive, you cannot even apply to a closed boundary school. How many elementary schools are designated closed within the Greater Essex County District School Board? 48 of the 56. Having a closed boundary school should be the exception, not the norm. An important aspect of consideration is the ability to accommodate. This is a requirement within the Education Act and is determined yearly by analyzing enrollment versus capacity to produce a utilization rate. The long-term accommodation plan is a great resource for analyzing schools. Utilization rates within the Greater Essex County District School Board range between 70 and 113% in my analysis. I didn't analyze every school, but any school below 85% or above 115 is highlighted within this long-term accommodation plan. Above all, practice should align with the Education Act and board policies. I encourage you all to read Section 35 of the Education Act and ask if it isn't applicable to a student who lives closer to a school than the one assigned by the board, provided there is sufficient accommodation. Also, board policies on active transportation and mental health promotion are dismissed if these aspects are not taken into consideration with applications. A family living in an area or moving into an area with their designated school having a high utilization rate would not be able to apply to most other schools. Even with schools having a much lower utilization rate, any application would be immediately denied regardless of reason without reason for consideration. An example would be Legacy Oak Trail, currently analyzed at 113% utilization rate. Nearby is Sandwich West with about an 83. Although there are other examples, but I'm using those in LaSalle that I'm familiar with. If you live closer to the utilized school and you apply, you are denied. If you have preferred childcare arrangements in the lower utilized school, you are denied. You wouldn't require transportation in the lower utilized school, but in the higher you would, denied. You submit legal supportive documents to attend the lower utilized school based on Section 35 of the Education Act, denied. Provide medical documentation to complete the school year at the lower utilized school, you're denied. Even if the lower utilized school is safer and promotes active transportation, this is also denied. These are just a few situations, but I'm sure there's others. In these situations, against the wishes of and best interest of the student, the Greater Essex County District School Board would still require the family to switch schools immediately from the lower utilized school to the higher utilized school based on current practice. In closing, boundary areas should be the main tool in determining home schools, but it should not be the only tool. Families deserve consideration, and future practice should be more accepting of requests. Thank you very much, and I now look forward to your questions.
Well timed.
I may have practiced that. I may have practiced it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a question from Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, well, through you, Madam Chair, I will also say amazing that you landed with 1 second left. That's pretty impressive. So could you expand upon your understanding of Section 35 and how it relates to your own personal concern?
I will say that I did quite a bit of research in this area. I spoke with the Ministry of Education. It's difficult to get a hold and get through, but my interpretation in their explanation is it would be applicable. I did seek some legal aid with explanation, with further explanation. But I feel quite confident in my position on that, and I would rather not get into too many particulars of my situation. But I do feel very confident about that.
Any supplemental? Go ahead.
Can you tell us what you're referring to in section 35, that specifically what the wording or what you interpret the meaning of that section to be?
This isn't easy. It's not easy determining which schools students need to attend, and looking at the boundaries, it is the best method of framework, but it shouldn't be definite, and it shouldn't be the only. I think what happens in the Education Act is it says, here's a situation that needs to be considered, and it's when a family lives closer than the school that's designated. Because the boundary lines do overlap and they do extend, and they do put certain families in different situations where the designated school is much further than one that's a similar program. So long as they have similar programs, and it's a very important point in that Education Act Section 35 is there has to be sufficient accommodation, which could be an interpretation, but my interpretation is based on the data of capacity to enrollment, creating a utilization rate, and then comparing that. And if you have a spread of 10%, 20%, then I think it's justified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Trustee Sipkar on the phone. Go ahead, Trustee Sipkar.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
You're
Yes.
slightly muffled. If you can move away from the thing a little bit, but otherwise we can hear you.
Okay, I'll try it like this. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker. I'm not sure if I'm getting feedback right now or not. But I just wanted to ask, you referenced that we have open and closed boundary policies here at the GECDSB. And I was just looking at our policies and regulations online, and I was wondering where you specifically got that information, or if you had contacted our administration to get that.
When I personally applied for an out-of-boundary application, that was the only reasoning for the decision, was the designation of a closed boundary school. So I got that from there. A lot of the data I received from online, the long-term accommodation plan, but also with some assistance from administration.
Any follow-up?
Okay, so thank you. I just wanted to quickly ask, so there was no publicly available information specifically related to the boundary policy that was available. I just wanted to be clear about that.
Thank you for the question. I believe the boundary is public. It's on the website. Some information with the website changing has been redesigned, so sometimes more challenging to find or not available at this time, but it is accessible publicly. Boundaries are used across Ontario. It is the primary tool, and it's quite easy to find.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you, Trustee Sipkar.
Burgess?
Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I scribbled a note and I was trying to understand what you were saying about the there's no consideration of the burden of maybe the length of transportation, I'm not sure, or the mental health needs of a student. There was some reference to that. I wonder if you could repeat it and maybe explain it.
Thank you for the question. I believe it with the correspondence that I've received with my application, none of my concerns or reasons for consideration were acknowledged. The response time was also very quickly. It seemed like a very generic response. And as I say, the primary reason was the open and closed designation of the schools. I'm trying to answer your question, but I think that's the best approach that I had with making the decision.
Supplemental, Trustee Burgess?
Well, yes, for clarification, and maybe administration can answer it more. I'm thinking of the consideration that we made for length of time on a bus, for example. What was acceptable and not acceptable? I know that we were considering that with Western Secondary, for example, that collected from 7 municipalities across the county, for example. And as far as mental health goes, I can imagine there are some considerations. It seemed to me that whatever the sentence was, there was some sort of inference that there was some sort of lack of humanity approach to the application. And I know that each case must be each case. So I'm wondering where the disconnect is.
So, Trustee Burgess, there are no questions of administration at this time, but Mr. Lansbury will answer what he can.
Transportation. Is there not do we not have some sort of limit on time or something? Do we not have that?
I think what you're referencing is a question of administration, which might be more appropriate at the conclusion of the meeting tonight, when there's that opportunity. But I can say that whenever you're out of boundary or district or of design, transportation is not provided. That is consistent across Ontario, and that is something that I accept. I have no issue with transportation with attending the out of boundary in my unique situation, which you identified, and I appreciate. So in my situation, transportation isn't an issue, attending a school out of boundaries.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Any other
Could
questions?
I ask you, Madam Chair, are we going to get a written copy of that then? Because
it will be in the
answer might be,
Yep. So
couldn't hear.
Mr. Lansbury will send that to Madame Leboeuf. If we could have your submission to Madame Leboeuf, and it'll be part of the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lansbury.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I'll be welcoming up our second speakers, and we have two, Mr. David Pellizzari and Miss Jessica Irwin. So you'll have the same 5 minutes. I'll start it whenever you're ready, and then we'll cut you off at 5 minutes. I guess the gauntlet is out for getting to exactly 5 minutes, and then we'll have questions from trustees. Just give me 1 second. We're going to make sure that mic is turned on. I won't start you 5 minutes yet. Thank you. Much better.
Let's make sure we got those couple of seconds there.
I think we're starting you off again. Putting seconds back on the clock.
1 second, go. Melissa knows how to do everything. So
I know. You good?
my name is David Pellizzari, PSSP President, Professional Student Services Personnel. And I'm here just to simply support and introduce Jessica Irwin, one of our social workers who was instrumental in creating the letter that was sent out to trustees last week regarding re-engagement attendance counselors.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. On behalf of the OSSTF PSSP Union, we are collectively submitting this letter to advocate for the continuation of funding for 2 full-time temporary re-engagement attendance counselor positions, also known as RACs, for the 2022-2023 school year, and to additionally request permanent funding for these roles moving forward. These roles bring in significant revenue to the Greater Essex County District School Board, and we believe it is in our board's best interest, as well as the families that we service, to continue to allocate funding for these roles. The RAC role was established back in 2007 in response to Bill 52, Learning Till Age 18. The responsibility of the re-engagement attendance counselor is to work with high school students who are at risk of dropping out of school and re-engage them back into attending regularly so they can achieve their credits and graduate. As per the Ministry of Education guidelines, an attendance referral must be made on the 15th consecutive day absent from the registry, And once a student is, once they've been absent for 15 days, if a referral is not made, they are retired from the registry. And once that occurs, we actually lose funding for that student, and it becomes increasingly more difficult to re-engage these families. Truancy in school is the first step to a lifetime of problems. Students who are not engaged in school have higher rates of drug and alcohol use, crime and violence rates, and a lifetime of unemployment concerns. Our RACs are our last line of defense in keeping students in school, and they can dedicate their time solely on re-engaging students by working closely with students, their families, community partners to address their barriers in education. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic occurring, and for many years prior, the 3 RAC positions would collectively take on over 1,000 attendance referrals a year. Due to lack of funding in May of 2019, 2 of the 3 permanent RAC positions were eliminated from the Greater Essex County District School Board. The task of upholding legislation regarding school attendance as outlined in the Education Act then fell on the school social workers' shoulders. When school social workers are tasked with attendance counseling at the secondary level, there is significantly less time that can be allocated to providing direct therapy to students, and which also increases wait times for those students to be able to access counseling at the school. School social workers are already responsible for providing counseling to students, consultation to families and administrators, imminent crisis and suicide intervention, violent threat risk assessments. We also provide system education and manage the attendance caseloads in our elementary schools. Adding this responsibility to school social workers was simply unmanageable due to the sheer volume of both mental health and attendance concerns in our schools. Having only 1 RAC position only lasted for 1 school year in 2019-2020, and then the board reallocated funding to rehire 2 of those temporary positions back for those 2 school years, including this year. As you can imagine, students have been massively impacted by COVID-19 in all areas of their lives, academically, socially, physically, emotionally, and we have just seen the tip of the iceberg regarding the true impact that the pandemic will have and will likely have to deal with the fallout for many years and possibly decades to come. Students have significant gaps in their learning and are more anxious than ever before. Absenteeism in school is, from the beginning of the pandemic, has increased. In fact, attendance referrals pre-pandemic did not have to wait till 15 consecutive days absent, and principals could refer students much earlier when they saw red flags occurring in attendance, which gave us time to act preventatively. Due to overwhelming truancy rates today, we now only take referrals once they've hit 15 consecutive days because we cannot manage the referrals otherwise. Our RACs today still manage 600 cases today, and we're only in April. These are the most highest risk students at risk of losing their education. When these students are removed from enrollment due to non-attendance, the board loses upwards of $11,000 per student a year, which could potentially equate to millions of dollars in lost revenue for our board. This showcases the tremendous need and value of having re-engagement attendance counselors with us. They are positions that literally pay for themselves. Funding for 2 of the 3 current RAC positions is set to expire at the end of the school year in June of 2022. With respect, we do ask that when new funding is given from the government this spring, that the 2 RAC positions get prioritized to ensure that funding is there permanently so that we can both prioritize mental health and attendance. Thank you.
Well done, everyone.
Almost
tonight.
got it.
Nice. Thank you very much to you both. Any questions for our presenters this evening? Trustee Leclerc.
So if I understood you correctly, we eliminated a position, I shouldn't say.
2.
2?
Yeah.
But we had to bring somebody back on.
2 back on, yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming that our administration is aware of that, so I'm hoping that we can engage in that later. But I can't ask that question directly. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, we only went about a year without the role, and then they rehired the 2 of them back. One person came back that was laid off, and then another person from previous time period.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for our presenters? Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Right, and we have our final person on our speakers list this evening, Mr. Tyler Campbell. Mr. Campbell, you will have 5 minutes. I will politely cut you off at 5, although your predecessors have done a fine job in 5 minutes. And after that, there'll be questions from trustees for you. We'll start the clock whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Am I on? Everything good? Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you, and good evening, trustees and superintendents. For those who don't know me, my name's Tyler Campbell. I'm the president of the Educational Support Staff Bargaining Unit. I come to you today with deep concern in regards to PPM 81, which is the provision of health support services in school settings. This PPM, which is currently in draft form, shows the true disconnect our government has with the people working on the ground floor of our school systems. The work that the government is proposing will inevitably fall on my members' backs and will add to the increasing workload that my members already have. For example, catheterization, tube feeding, and injection of medication are some of the changes that this government is proposing the school staff perform. We need healthcare professionals who have the proper training and education to do these procedures. The training that the government will provide will be lackluster and inadequate. Many students require more help to meet their individual needs. However, as an educational support staff, their types of additional responsibilities should not be assigned without proper training and qualifications. It should not come at the expense of the children we already support. Our educational support staff group are already cut thin and massively underpaid for their current work. How could we ever add this to their workload? Educational support staff barely survive above the poverty line by working 2 to 3 jobs at a time. And now we are potentially asking them to tube feed a child while dealing with an aggressive child on the other hand. Over the last 4 years, educational support staff salaries have barely increased, and we are seeing the true effects of this now. We are seeing weekly resignations, not simply because support staff do not like their jobs, but because with the workload, combined with how much they are being compensated for it, it's simply not enough. My fear within the next few years, we will not have enough educational support staff to support the students who require help. Our students' needs are going up, but our recruitment and retainment of support staff is going down. This is a huge problem that will directly impact our most vulnerable students. For example, at this current moment, if a sign language interpreter is away, they do not have a replacement for them because we have nobody to fill their job. So the child is potentially left without a voice for the day, or the board scrambles to find someone to help them. I know compensation is negotiated at the central table, and locally our hands may be tied, but we need your voices in this fight. We need you to see what is happening within our own school and help fix it. We need you to help the lobby the government to realize what they are doing to our most vulnerable students. We need you to be a voice. We need help in these efforts because, like I said earlier, within a few years, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Thank you. Plenty of time left.
I was going to say, well done. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Any questions for Mr. Campbell this evening?
Trustee Higginson, it's Trustee Olmsted.
Perfect. Trustee Olmsted, I'm going to put you second. I'll call on you in just 1 second. I've got Student Trustee Hawkins first, and then you'll be right up.
Thank you. And through you, Madam
Thank you
Chair,
very much.
Will these additional responsibilities for support staff come with a pay increase for those individuals?
Well, like I said earlier, we don't really know because we're going into bargaining in the fall. So, and this is in draft form right now, so the government is looking for consultation only on this. So if it's implemented into, let's say, an educational support staff's job, I would hope the compensation would reflect that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Campbell. I just wanted to know if you were aware that as a SEAC, we discussed this at length with all of our members and with the trustees present, and we sent a very long list of concerns to the ministry, and we did receive a very positive message or a letter from them back, stressing that they had listened to our concerns and that this was not being pushed in terms of implementation. I know that the deadline to implement it was in September, but that they are further consulting with members and school boards and the health community, and that they were listening. So I'm hoping that is the truth, but I just wanted to know if you were aware that as a SEAC, we did send a very extensive letter.
Yes, I am aware that that has been done, and I truly appreciate that. I think the voices of our local parent groups and even across Ontario, our parent groups and SEACs, etc. I think we need everyone in on this because I think if it is implemented, we're going to see some pretty big ramifications from our students.
Any supplemental, Trustee Olmsted?
Supplemental?
Go ahead.
Yes, I do. So in your opinion, as trustees, would you also recommend us doing our own sort of advocacy as well in terms of a letter?
That question's towards me. Okay. Yes, obviously, I would love that. I think that's obviously a no-brainer for me. I would love for there to be a letter from our trustees, from this group, this body, to push back on this. Because, like I said earlier in my speech, I don't think our government clearly understands what happens on the ground level. They don't actually see what happens in our steps in our gains classrooms. That we're so short and thin with help right now that adding more to the workload is causing more issues. So absolutely, I would love to see that.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Trustee Leclerc.
So theoretically, if your staff that you represent took on medical responsibilities, should they not be reclassified as medical practitioners of some sort?
Well, absolutely. So the work that's being done in the schools right now who are doing like small procedures like that are being done by nursing staff. So our support staff right now, you could have an educational support staff making $24 an hour with very to little training in the medical field doing these procedures. And like as a parent, if I had a child that I had a educational assistant in the classroom doing these procedures to my child, I would be very nervous every day putting my child in that position. You know, these procedures need to be done by a medical professional. Educational assistants, CYWs, ECs, all of our support staffs are there. We're there for education. We're not there to perform small medical procedures.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from trustees? I have one quickly before. Oh, did I hear somebody on the phone?
Burgess?
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Since I have to form it in a question, I would say, are you aware that OPSA, the Ontario Public School Board Association, made a joint submission between the Policy Development Work Team and the Education Program Work Team about PPM 81, Provision of Health Support Services in School Settings, and that submission was dated February 25th of this year. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I'm on the OPSA site, but I have a brand new laptop, and quite honestly, I can't find it. But I will try to get that and forward that to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did have just one last question. You mentioned consultation several times and that they're in consultation currently. Has your union or any of your colleagues in the ESS unions across the province been directly consulted about this?
No, we have not. We've been a part of, listening with Trustee Olmsted, like in SEAC, etc. But when it comes to the government consulting with educational support staff unions, there has been none.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
Can I get somebody to flip that mic off very quickly? Thank you, Trustee Leclerc. Thank you very much to all our speakers this evening. I will just say it's wonderful to have you here in person with us as well, seeing everybody's faces, and thank you very much for your engagement. If there's any questions about your item to administration, those will happen at trustee question period. And so you're free to stay. It's a rousing meeting as always, or you can turn on YouTube on your drive home and you can watch us. Thank you very much. So moving forward through our agenda, I'm going to L1. We have elementary school space template for the addition at Legacy Oak Trail Public School. And the recommendation that, subject to approval by the Ministry of Education, the board approve the elementary school space templates for the addition at Legacy Oak Trail Public School. I see a mover by Trustee Leclerc, seconded by Trustee Cook. Do we have any presentation or comment from administration on our package that we have in front of us this evening before I move to questions? Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I think the information that you require is in the report. Brad Giori, who is our coordinator of capital projects, is on the phone, so he can take any detailed questions that you have. Just very quickly, if you recall, back in May of 2021, we did submit capital priorities to the ministry as part of their capital priority program, and one of them being the addition to Legacy Oak Trail. And in November, we were approved for 167 pupil place addition. Our board policy and procedure requires that we bring the space template forward to the board for approval, which is what we're doing this evening. In your package is 3 templates. They're ministry-derived templates. The first one shows you what the existing school space template is. The second template shows you what the addition is, and then the third template just shows you what the combined new school would be with the new addition. As I mentioned, it's 167 pupil places, 5 classrooms plus 2 FDK classrooms. The addition will be placed on the south side of the school, adjacent to where the FDK already is, and we feel that would be the best use of the land that we have available. And with that, myself and probably more specifically Mr. Giori would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Trustee Leclerc. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I obviously support the project and the template. I kind of wish that we would have built the school the right size in the first place, but nobody in this room is responsible for that undersized school. My question is, with the fact that there's a significant subdivision that's being built to the west of the school, and we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of homes, is this 167 student capacity addition only going to eliminate our portables on a short-term basis, and we're going to be looking to putting another addition on, or are we going to be needing to seek another school in the town of LaSalle?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. I think you're probably right on with all of those that you said at this point in time. So what we're doing right now is the 167 additional spaces that we're going to be putting in, they are going to accommodate the current students that are in the portables. So according to Principal Dufour, we've been speaking quite a bit lately, and he has mentioned to me that if we had that addition right now for September, which I know we won't, but if it were for this September, we would have 2 extra classrooms that are still available. So it is going to accommodate into the future. Some of that is going to depend though on the growth in the area and how fast it is going to grow and how fast those houses are going to go up in development. So we know that's happening. And I do believe that through our business cases and our plea to the ministry to get the addition for this capital project, part of that I guess rationale is that there is growth coming. So that lended, I think, the positive to us to then get the monies from the ministry to get that addition right now.
Thank you for that. So supplemental would be on that footprint that we have there now with the addition of the 167 spots, is there still room for further addition, or would we be looking at the need to build a further school?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. There would be room for an addition still. I'm not sure the size of that addition. I'd have to get our architects and engineers to have a look at that. But there would be some room for that. And potentially, depending on the growth, if it does get like it is out the Lakeshore Bell River area, very similar, if it ends up like that, then a business case would be put in to the ministry for potentially another school in the LaSalle area.
Yeah, thank you. And just as a comment, if you're thinking about this, Sandwich West Public School is on a very large piece of property, and if we end up having to need another school, that is probably the prime location to put it, and then remove the school that I went to in grade 1. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from administration on this?
Burgess?
Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the document on page 11, and I see in the context of the the rationale for the recommendation. I support the recommendation, I should say, first of all. That we're only allowed to complete certain areas, et cetera, and it says the grossed up added, which is the additional square footage for hallways, et cetera. And et cetera, I don't know what that is, and I'm wondering what that includes, because my concern is not only the growth and adding on extra classrooms, but with every, all extra classrooms, then you put more strain on washroom use, for example, locker space, extra things in the thing. It's not just classrooms. So I'm wondering, itinerant space, for example. I'm wondering, is there any allowance for that? What is the et cetera beyond hallways?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Giori to expand on that. So the question, because he probably does, I don't know if he has the board package in front of him, is with respect to the space template that's provided by the ministry and the fact that we can only complete certain elements of that space template. So I was wondering if you could expand on that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So as part of that, the circulation space is generally made up of the corridors. So the et cetera in that, prior to basically developing the space template, I did consult with Principal Dufour just to see if there's any other areas that were required in here outside of the classroom spaces that we were approved for. So there's some other areas that are in there that are shown in there as non-instructional space. So there's some additional office spaces. He asked for an additional storage room for his breakfast program, etc. So we have accommodated for those spaces. Other than that, to your question regarding washrooms, etc., we also did a code compliance prior to developing this and worked with, again, Principal Dufour on the adequate washroom spaces that are available now. So we're still in compliance with the 6 portables that are currently on site, as well as the 5 classroom additions. So there's no need at this point to add washrooms, but we have allowed for the future growth, as Superintendent Awander mentioned earlier, for future portable. So we are going to bring the services to that location for the next phase if required. It sounds like it's going to be required, but at this point, if required, so the services would be available. But other than that, yeah, the et cetera in there is just made up of that circulation space. I hope that answers the question.
It doesn't. Thank you, and it raises one other, Madam Chair. When you, if I could, through the thing about the breakfast program, where would I have found that? I mean, I'm glad that was a request. I'm glad that can be accommodated. But where would I have found that? I didn't see that.
Yeah, so sorry, Madam Chair. So if you look in the space template for I have only the space template in front of me, as Superintendent Armstrong mentioned. I don't have the whole package. If you look at the space template for the addition, under total operational space, there's areas there that are considered academic storage. So in order to accommodate those spaces, they fall under that in the template. So it's not spelled out as exactly as you mentioned as a breakfast program. It's just a space that was requested by Principal Dufour. So again, at this stage here, getting the space template approved by the board is the first step that we need to do to get the approval through the ministry. Once the approval from the ministry happens, then we would be able to hire an architect for this project. So right now, they're very preliminary designs, just to get to this point.
I appreciate that. Thanks very much, because I understand the process. I just didn't see it written quite so, blatantly, but it'll go back and forth. I understand that. Well, I'm glad that that's a use for it. I have a broad question, if I could, Madam Chair.
I will allow this one, yes, and then we have one more trustee on deck, so go ahead.
Okay, I can wait.
You can go ahead now, and then I'll have the next trustee go.
I'll go ahead. So this is a perennial thing. We knew that at the what do I call it? The approval for going forward for what we yet to be named Legacy Oak Trail. We knew that there was growth on the horizon. We knew that there'd be portables almost immediately. We knew this. I had an additional question saying, what planner do we use? But the fact is, we know this. Trustee Leclerc's question was well placed. We know that there's further development coming. We can anticipate some things. But with the submission of this space template, that's the first thing. But is there any other way that we can attach the space template to a letter? In addition to sending it to, I'm going to say Capital Finance Branch or whoever it goes to, is there a political part to this where we can say, here's our space template, but as you can see, we predicted this, we know this is coming. There might be a brand new board, in this fall, and there has to be a trail somehow, no pun intended, that, that we're aware of these things, and yet it makes us look like we're bad planners because we're always playing catch up. So is there any way that we can attach this space template to a letter and saying, here we are again, and not quite we told you so, but is there any recognition for a better process and more trust in local planning?
I think Superintendent Armstrong is going to attempt to answer that.
Okay, wowzers. To you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I'm struggling with this one. We could, I suppose. I don't know that the ministry will do anything with it. I think the argument will be, why didn't you put a business case in that we just did back in March for another edition, right? And we didn't choose to do that because we had other needs across the board. I think it's just going to be something that we're going to have to consider when the next round of business cases comes in, and if we feel that there's still a need for an addition at that school. And I'm looking at Superintendent Allender.
If I could, I don't think I made myself clear enough. I'm saying that we could have predicted this addition right now when we built the new school.
Director Kelly is going to give an answer, and then hopefully we can clarify.
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Trustee Burgess, through you, Madam Chair. One thing I would say is that I'm not sure it would help to attach this right to the template piece. I think the issue is the funding formula and how far we are behind in terms of when we build new schools. I mean, it's a bigger question to me. And so there might be an appropriate place to send a letter in that regard. I think that might be better placed. Just a thought.
I do note that to that point, some of our other member boards across the province have done so as well with their own impacted needs as growth happens in their communities as well. Trustee Halberstadt.
Thank you. Yes, with regard to bigger needs, my question is to Superintendent Armstrong, and that's list of 7 priorities. This was the 3rd one. Where do we go from here? When will we hear from them again, or will we?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I would expect we will probably hear within the next 2 weeks before they call for the provincial election. I think that there'll be an announcement with respect to the priorities that they're going to award.
Could we hit all of our priorities?
I don't know.
Well, election's coming.
I was going to add to Trustee Halberstadt. We have been very successful, as a board in getting a lot of things approved. So we have been very fortunate, but we might be lucky too. The timing would really, really good. So I think we've done well though.
I will call the question, but I will note, Trustee Halberstadt, to that point, there was a direct question on our chair's call this past week, not today's, but last week, about whether there would be an announcement before the writ was dropped, and the minister did confirm that we would be, all boards should be expecting an announcement in the next couple of weeks. So not to say that any of our priorities will be in there, I'm hoping that there are, but I'm sure as was every chair on that call. But yes. So I will call the vote on this recommendation in front of us for our school space template for the addition at Legacy Oak Trail Public School. All in favor?
Support, Burgess. Support.
Thank you. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Moving down through L2, we have a policy and regulation on joint ventures. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Do we want to move them all together? Are we interested in moving L2, L3, and L4 all together? Do I have support for that? Trustee Leclerc, Trustee Sartori, I like this, everyone. Any questions on any of those? I do appreciate policy committee's work on this, as well as administration, for making it so clear to everyone that, that we can pass these.
Is now exiting.
Oh. We lost someone in our quickness. So all in support of L2, L3. Do you have a question?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have questions. I didn't expect that we go together. And are we talking about the regulation board lodging and transportation once a week, Pili Island?
That is one of them. You can ask a question on that, yes.
Okay. And my question is that why we provide 3 meals to the students per day, every day there? Why? What's the... yes. Yes. I know they live in the island and they stay in the host, family. But to my understanding, every student have 3 meals. So why we particularly give them 3 meals? And yeah.
So I'll let Superintendent Armstrong answer that.
Okay, thank you through you, Madam Chair. So these students live on the island, and now they're living on the mainland during the school week. And so a host family is not their parent, and so we provide a stipend to the host family to pay for the meals for those students for their breakfast, lunch, and supper.
Thank you very much. Question for Trustee Halberstadt. Can you make sure you let us know which one you're asking for?
Yes, the same one. Yeah, I just noticed, Superintendent Armstrong, that there's a real lack of new stuff for Peely Island, and I'm just wondering what was the lead up into that we need so much of a change, I guess it looks like.
Okay, so sorry, through you, Madam Chair, you're wanting to know why there were so many changes to the regulation? There were a few reasons why. First of all, there was information that was in an administrative procedure, for example, the roles and responsibilities of parents and students that were hidden, for lack of a better word, because they sat in an administrative procedure that we thought needed to be more forward-facing, so they were added to the regulation for the public to see. There were comments, the stipend hadn't been reviewed in a number of years, so we chose to raise the value of the stipend and then commit to reviewing it annually every year and compare it to this and compare the consumer price index rating and adjust that stipend for inflation. So that was a new addition to this regulation. We wanted to clarify information. We've indicated in the past that Kingsville District's high school has always been the school that these students would be attending, but we didn't acknowledge in the past that maybe there might be programming that's outside of that school that students might wish to be participating in, and so we've allowed for the opportunity for that in this regulation that wasn't there previously. We also added links so that it was more easily to see the reimbursement form, and we provided some more clarity in terms of how the reimbursement would work. For example, information with respect to if there was a joint custody arrangement, and then we just wanted to adjust the wording so that the document itself flowed better. So a number of changes, but I think that this regulation has been ready for review for a number of years, and it was a little bit outdated, so we wanted to reflect that.
Supplementary, if a student wanted to go to some other high school other than Kingsville, they would, thinking of what Dylan was saying, they would be able to choose what school they would go to, and they would get in.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So if there was a student, not just because they don't want to go to Kingsville, but if there was programming that was offered at another school, you know, maybe they wanted to do the creative arts at Walkerville, for example, and you can't do that at Kingsville, that opportunity would be available to them through this regulation. So we're not just opening it up to choose any secondary school, but we're looking at other programming that may not be available at that school and making the alternative school available for those students.
Thank you very much. And thank you to brought up a point that I think the policy committee had made, that it's great to see that transparency that we're bringing to our policies and regulations. We're talking about bringing things out of procedure or administrative procedures and into those policies and regulations. It's been really great to see that. Trustee Chin, and then we'll call the question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is another question on page 26. Students are expected to behave in a respectful manner as they would if they were living at home. I just have a question regarding this, why we write as they would if they were living at home.
It's just, I think, Trustee Chin, it's just to remind anybody that's looking into this policy as something that they would be looking to utilize, that's reminding them that they will be a guest in someone's home, and so they are to act as if they were respectful of that home as they would be of their own home and their own families.
Yeah, I understand, but I think the people should be different in other, guest room, and if as they, do in their behave at their own home, there should be difference. I just think this is not really, that's fine if you keep it, yeah. Because I think it's some way it's okay to be at your own home, but at other home it may not be acceptable as respectful, right? It behaves different.
Yeah. I understand your point.
Yeah.
I think those may be some discussions that happen between the student and the host families as well. So, but I appreciate that, and so it just gives the kind of basis for those conversations to take place, I think. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I will call the question on these three policies and regulations. So we have joint ventures, board, lodging and transportation once a week for Peely Island, and trust fund scholarships and bursaries, all in support.
Burgess, support.
Support, Olmsted.
Thank you very much. And those pass. Wonderful. Thanks, trustees. We appreciate your help getting through those, and thanks for the questions. So we're looking down at M1, report from our Director of Education, Director Kelly.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you. April has been a busy month filled with celebrations, student accomplishments, and exciting learning opportunities. Fit Week 2022 will take place from May 16th to the 20th, and I know that schools are starting to prepare activities. This year's theme is Hope, Support, Connect. I would like to thank all students and staff who submitted designs for the logo contest this year, and send my congratulations to the various winners. Congratulations to Lori, Leah, and Sydney, whose designs will appear on our t-shirts and other merchandise. Entering its 8th summer in July 2022, the Reaching Ahead program has helped hundreds of students make the transition from grade 8 to grade 9. Registration for Reaching Ahead is now open to students starting grade 9 in the fall of 2022, and students who successfully complete the course also earn their first full high school credit. The Greater Essex County District School Board is pleased to offer virtual homework help sessions for students in grades 4 to 8. Families can find out more information by visiting our website and by clicking on the Homework Help banner on the top of our homepage. On April 14th, we came together to mark the start of construction on our new K-12 school in Kingsville. It was a beautiful day for this long-awaited celebration, and we were grateful to be joined by Kingsville District High School grade 9 students, the mayors of Kingsville and Essex, representatives from Architectura, Fortis Group, current school principals, Chairperson Higginson, and Trustee Burgess. Thank you to all who joined us for this momentous occasion. Kindergarten open houses have been taking place across Greater Essex. You still have time to register your little one for September. Contact your school principal for a tour. Walkerville students were welcomed into the Learning Commons area. This will serve as a great place for student collaboration. If you haven't seen it, it's great. MLI Homestay is hosting a series of information sessions about hosting international students. The next session will take place April 26th at 7 p.m. MD Benny Rise AM students shared their IB self-advocacy brochures with their teachers. They're identifying personal strengths, stretches, what they need to be successful, and to advocate for their learning needs. Great job, Bulldogs. General Amherst is hosting a 100th year celebration on May 14th from 12 to 7 p.m. and Western Secondary School is hosting a closing celebration on April 30th from 2 to 6. Both events are free to attend. Essex County OPP teamed up with the Leamington District Secondary School for a clothing drive in time for this year's prom on June 3rd. Students intend to reduce textile waste by offering lightly worn formal wear as an alternative to purchasing new items. Committee members were Madeline Husson, Kara Braun, and Sydney Rutgers. They are all pictured here, and great job, LDSS. Congratulations to grade 2 class from Centennial Central for winning second place in the Global Math Project's Math Is video contest. Special mention to Michelle Bussiere for heading up the initiative and to Teresa Hoffman-Sortor for supporting this work. Students came together to create a video explaining what math means to them, and they were featured on CTV News. Thank you to everyone in the Greater Essex County District School for an exciting April. We look forward to a safe, fun, and educational final 2 months for the 2021-22 school year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Kelly. So great to see everybody's smiling faces. Do I have any questions for the director on her report this evening? Thank you very much. Moving down to M2, the report of our OPSPA director, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just highlight a few things. And there has been a good bit of activity with OPSPA. Of course, we are looking forward as well. We have our first Board of Directors meeting in person in over 2 years, being held next week, April 29th and 30th, and it'll be a very full agenda. It's the last Board of Directors meeting prior to the end of the school year, outside of the AGM one, and we'll be looking at the first kick at any resolutions, policy resolutions and constitutional changes, etc. There also is a deadline for nominations for any positions of added responsibility coming soon after that meeting. We did have a regional meeting on April 9th, and I was happy to attend that on behalf of the GECDSB, and I submitted our board update. The agenda covered quite a few things, going over our OPSPA priorities, which again we'll look at the Board of Directors meeting, and there was consensus that status quo was pretty good. There might be some tweaking, but we also looked at, as referred to earlier, our recent joint submission on behalf of the association regarding revisions to CPM 81 that the policy development work team worked on. And upcoming joint work group meeting also is going to have an opportunity for a year in review discussion and focus for our next year with Holly Moran, Child Care Assistant Deputy Minister, and our advocacy work for the upcoming provincial election, which, as we know, is on June the 2nd, and the municipal and school board elections, which are being held October 24th. There's a lot of work being taken on, as there is, you know, in these 4-year cycles about municipal and school board elections. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that anybody who ran in 2018 as a school board member, as a trustee, could not have foreseen the agenda, the work, what was on their plate for this 4-year term. You just never know, and sometimes education issues are found, you know, on page 10, and sometimes they live on, you know, above the fold on the front page. So it's a very important position, and we always try to tout the actual position itself and encourage candidates to come forward. So last week, the Ontario Education Services Corporation, on behalf of the 4 school board trustee associations, began distribution of the first set of resources to support trustee candidates and communities in the upcoming October 24th municipal elections. So they're posted on the school board elections website, and they include a PDF guide called Making a Difference, Running for Election as a School Board Trustee, and printable public awareness posters to encourage nominations and to get out the vote. These were sent out to municipal clerks, so in our area, to all 9 municipalities. Their municipal clerks via their association, which is the AMCTO, all school board staff that are responsive for elections, and an extensive distribution list of community stakeholders and equity-seeking groups. School boards are also asked to share the resources within their own distribution lists as well. Trustees, as we know, play a really key leadership role in setting the strategic direction for local school boards and ensuring local accountability for student success and well-being. And that's going to be every bit as important in the next 4 years coming out of these extraordinary times. So additionally, last week, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing posted their municipal and school board election guides also. And I will, with my report, include a hyperlink to that, but it's basically at ontario.ca/municipal elections. And they include the voter's guide, the candidate's guide, and guide for third-party advertisers. I also want to bring to the notice that applications are open for the Public Property Assessment Network Scholarship. There is a scholarship of $1,000, and for this school year, it's the 3rd and last year that this scholarship is available, and it's available to one recipient in the Western region. So that could be a student who attends John McGivney Children's Center School Authority or Greater Essex County District School Board, for example, in our area. Scholarship recipients are students of strong character, leadership skills and potential, and who care deeply about their communities and further their own learning. They have to be Canadian citizens, or a permanent resident. They have to be in good standing academically and non-academically. Usual criteria. So I strongly encourage that. And if you have any folks that you want to pass this on to, I'll be distributing this to the student trustees as well. We'd love to see somebody from Greater Essex or John McGivney, for example, be the recipient of this. At the AGM, there are going to be positions of added responsibility opening up. Our president and vice presidents, for example, are finishing their 2-year term. So that's something that everybody can look at, as well as regional and policy work groups, etc. So please consider that. The deadlines will be coming up in May. Also, Western Region OSPA is looking for somebody to volunteer for their time to work on the scholarship, the OPSPA Awards, the OPSPA Awards Committee. So if any of our trustee colleagues are interested in giving some time at 10 a.m. on May 11th, Tuesday, May 11th, they are looking for volunteers to be on that committee, the OPSPA Awards Committee, and I'd appreciate it if you put your name forward. That would be just great. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. Any questions for our OPSPA Director, Trustee Burgess, this evening? Thank you very much. Moving to our update on our diversity, equity, and inclusion actions. Director Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I draw your attention to the report on page 34 of your package. Like the previous reports that we've brought forward to you, we are listing here actions to enact change in the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion under 5 main action areas, collecting data for analysis to inform action, collaborating and consulting, developing policy and regulations and short-term and long-term plans, developing curriculum programming and managing instructional resources, as well as providing professional development to build staff capacity. I certainly don't need to read for you the number of action items that are on there, but certainly everyone from the senior team would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. As you can see, there's lots in the works. So thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or the rest of the team would.
Thank you very much. I have a question from Trustee Halberstadt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, to the Director, number 4, collaboration and consulting. There's a bullet in there about consultation for recruitment practices, and I'm wondering, does that mean minority hiring, or when you say recruiting?
I'm just trying to find where you are, Trustee.
I'm on page 35.
35 under.
Yeah, it's the third dot under collaboration and consulting in the middle. Consultation occurred with the IEAC.
Oh, okay.
So my question regards specifically recruitment practices, and I wonder if that includes hiring of minorities.
I'm going to ask Superintendent Howard if she could respond to that. Just I want to be clear that I'm right on that.
Yes, thank you for the question. Specifically, that was a meeting with the IAC, and we were talking about positions upcoming, and they gave us input on dedicated positions with Indigenous people. So it was a cursory conversation to be followed up at a later date with our colleagues in HR.
We have the data, though, on minorities in the positions at our board, do we not? Or will we be?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have completed a staff census. I don't know, Superintendent Houston has been the lead on that, if you want to add any comments to that.
I'd be happy to do a presentation on that instead of just identifying one specific group. There's quite a bit of data that I think trustees would find very useful.
Wonder when that might happen.
Through you, Madam Chair, whenever the trustees would like to have it.
I think we would like to have that, so we'll be in some discussion about when that would be an appropriate time to do so, but thank you very much. That was quite a bit of work done by our administrators and certainly by our staff as well for participating in that. I know that was quite an undertaking, so it would be great for us to have some information on that. Any other questions on our diversity equity? Go ahead, Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 36, and in the middle, online tutoring launches during the month of April to support elementary students 1 to 8 in the area of literacy and numeracy. I thought last presentation is grade 4 to 8, right? Is there any,
That's a typo in here. It should be 4 to 8.
Thank you for noticing that, Trustee Chin.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions from trustees? Thank you very much. Oh, Student Trustee McCowie, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a question about under developing curriculum programming and managing instructional resources. Point three, just out of curiosity, what would the summer learning programs entail and how would they operate and when can we expect those to be available to students?
Thank you. Good question. So I think maybe Superintendent Howard and Superintendent Canty might be able to answer these questions.
So I can start off. It also includes my colleague Superintendent Wilcox as well. But information will be going to principals this month as to the summer camps and candidates for them. But we run Camp Wonder, we run Camp Lingo, we run Camp Megaze, Camp Merveille. We're looking at another camp that I won't say yet. I will look forward to announcing in the near future. But we hope to have anywhere from 800 to 1,000 students this summer in our programs. And I pass it over to Superintendent Candy or Superintendent Wilcox.
I can go first, Superintendent Wilcox, if you'd like, through you, Madam Chair. For literacy in the secondary, we do have the Reaching Ahead program that the Director spoke about earlier. Been highly successful. We've had record number of students who've applied to that so far, so we're looking forward to that. For numeracy, we're going to do our second math camp. And again, this year we were very pleased that 100% of the students who took the math camp at the end of this past year were successful in the D-Stream math in grade 9. So we're looking forward to grow that program as well.
And then the final summer camp that we offer is Camp Discovery, and it's a camp for students in primary junior grades who are identified with a learning disability. And so the focus is also math and literacy, and the information will be coming out at the same time as Camp Wonder.
This is again just another question for curiosity, but Superintendent Canty noted that the Reaching Ahead summer learning program for the secondary panel had a record number of students who were participating in it. By any chance, do we think that's because education was impacted negatively because of the pandemic, so students might feel unprepared for the secondary, so they are going through the Reach Ahead program to kind of get ahead in a sense?
Thank you for the question, Malik. So through you, Madam Chair, it's grown every year. So the first year we started off with 2 Reaching Ahead courses, classes at Herman. That was 10 years ago. It went up to 8. It was up to 12. It was up to 18 last year. And right now we're on pace to at least meet that. Could be because, students want to get ahead for that extra credit. It could also be because students want to get ahead in literacy. But I think the word's out that it's really productive for students and helps them get their feet wet and get into their schools. And so we look to grow it again this year.
Thank you for that. I have a question from one of the trustees on the phone, Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of clarify what Student Trustee McCallie was talking about, I'm so grateful that we do offer these camps throughout the summer and these classes, and I'm so grateful that so many other students take the initiative and sign up because they're wonderful opportunities. But are we going to be offering them both in person and virtual? Because there are a number of students who are uncomfortable being in person, being as we are still in a pandemic. Will we be offering a virtual component to these camps again this year? Thank you.
So for the Reaching Ahead class, thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. For the Reaching Ahead, we do offer in person, and we're also offering the online version that we offered in years past. So it will be offered for both students who do not have the ability to go in, and for students that may be in their schools in the county don't have enough students to run a class. We'll be able to cluster them and have an online version of Reaching Ahead, and then we'll also have the in-person version of Reaching Ahead.
Any supplemental there?
Will all of our camps as well, like the camps for our elementary school students, will they also have a virtual component?
Yes, we will, although predominantly it will be face-to-face.
Thank you very much. Student Trustee Hawkins.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, in terms of collaborating and consulting, I'm just wondering if maybe future consultations could happen with the GECDSB Indigenous Student Council as well, additionally to Student Senate, as some of the students from the Indigenous Student Council are not at all of the Senate meetings and may miss out on some of those consultations. And I just think that would be a really vital group to consult with when it comes to our efforts on equity and inclusion.
Thank you for that. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, trustees. Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask in the trustee question period, but I think it's also related to this topic. I do have parents asking about the program for the gifted students, and they are kind of disappointed that our board does not provide a program for the gifted students as other board like TDSB or other school board. So to my understanding, the equity and fairness is to have all the students to meet their potential, to maximum potential. But these gifted students are kind of ignored, and there is no, anything to consider them. So is there anything that we can do for these parents, for the parents to concern?
Thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. We do have a number of opportunities that are offered to our students who are identified as gifted throughout the school year. We have our annual gifted camp. We have our annual Mind Force competition, with which many of the trustees here have judged at. We have Gauss and Euclid math competitions from the University of Waterloo. And something we're particularly really proud of that happens during the school year for our students who are gifted, we have a really great partnership with the university, and over the last 3 years they've provided opportunities for our students to come and so we've worked with the Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Human Kinetics, Faculty of Business, Faculty of Science, Faculty of History, and the students are invited there to do enriched programming with the faculty. It's an absolutely amazing program. We've had amazing feedback on it. Both from students and parents who have viewed it, so we're excited about that. But we offer those programs during the school year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't know that. It's great. All right, thank you very much, trustees.
Question, Burgess?
Oh, go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Thank you. Through you, if I could, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering on page 36, page 3 of the report of the memo, second nugget down, it says gender identify professional learning session. Is that gender identity professional learning session?
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I believe it is gender identity.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out what identify was. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving through our agenda, we are at M4, and that is me. We're at Chair's Report. I want to welcome everybody back from a much-needed break. I hope you were able to stay safe in any of your celebrations, be they Easter, Passover, Ramadan, or just enjoyment of a long weekend. I was able, on April 14th, we've heard about it, to join my colleague, Trustee Burgess, along with Director Kelly, mayors, councillors, and administrators from Kingsville and Essex, and our construction and architecture partners at the site of our new K-12 school on Jasperson out in Kingsville. We interrupted a bit of the hard work and at the site are going on to celebrate the ongoing construction, finally, of that new school. I'll note our remarks were far overshadowed by the presence of a group of students from the surrounding feeder schools, along with their principals, who will be gracing the halls of that record-setting investment in a few years. It was truly wonderful to be able to celebrate, to be able to see progress on the construction, and to share in that with the communities of Harrow and Kingsville who have waited so long. Thanks to Scott, Madeline, Rochelle, and your teams at the admin office for pulling off a great morning out there. Chair's calls with the minister have continued, with much of the discussion from myself and my colleagues centering around the realities of what's been happening in schools across the province. We've seen it here at Greater Essex. Our staff and families have felt the brunt of high absence rates, and as a result, high stress to fill those spots, catch up on missed instructional and social time, and keeping our schools open for students. The minister has been clear. Boards cannot implement or enforce a mask mandate at the school board level. We have been advised legally that we as a board of trustees do not have the authority to impose our own health measures in the absence of any government or health agency direction. I know we've all had discussions with the communities we represent about how these changes have affected them on the ground. We are in a position to advocate for them to the ministry and to our local public health partners to address the realities of stress and increased workload we're persistently experiencing in our staff, to address the anxieties and realities of families trying to juggle work, illness, caregiving, and the needs of physical and mental health. Our administrators and staff know how the removal of precautions like masking, distancing, capacity limits, etc., has affected our schools. It continues to be my advice to trustees that we agree by consensus to author a letter to Minister Lecce, Chief Medical Officer of Health Dr. Moore, and our own WETU public health partners advocating for those measures to be reconsidered for reinstatement. So I'm looking for consensus for us to send a letter to the Minister, to the Chief Medical Officer of Health, and our own WETU partners advocating for public health measures to be reconsidered for reinstatement. Do we have any opposition to that? Student Trustee Hawkins? Go ahead.
Just if the letter can make note that, as Student Trustee McCowie outlined in the report, that from the student consensus that we have collected from our Student Senate, that this recommendation comes from parents and staff and is not the view of the majority of our students in our board.
Thank you. Do we have any other? Yep, go ahead, Trustee Alberstadt.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't agree with that consensus letter. I think we've discussed it. We can discuss it more, but I don't think we should send a letter to the ministry that they want to that they should reinstitute masking.
Okay, so we will not have consensus on the letter. If we want to introduce a motion for a letter, we'll have to suspend the rules and introduce a motion in that regard. So we will not have consensus for a letter this evening.
Motion to suspend the rules, Madam Chair. Burgess?
So I have a motion to suspend the rules. Is that being seconded? So that's been seconded. A motion to suspend the rules to allow for a motion to hit the floor tonight. I need 2/3 to suspend the rules to allow for a motion to hit the floor tonight. Do I have anyone in support of suspending the rules for this evening? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Support Burgess.
Support Olmsted.
So that's enough to suspend the rules. Do I have a motion that will hit the floor?
This is Trustee Birdsar. I can make that motion to send a letter. I don't remember your exact wording, Trustee Higginson, but in support of reinstating a mask mandate in our schools.
So Trustee Sipkar has put a motion on the floor to send a letter to Minister Lecce, Chief Medical Officer of Health Dr. Moore, and our WETU public health partners advocating for public health measures to be reconsidered for reinstatement. It's been seconded by Trustee Sartori. Any discussion on that?
Burgess?
Discussion on the motion. So I have Trustee Burgess and then Trustee Halberstadt and Trustee Cook. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I don't want to get in front of the mover if the mover wanted to speak to it, but I support the letter, and because I heard you say public health measures. I want to say that it's a very divisive issue. I understand that, and I take the student trustees' explanation of their advocacy for their voice respectfully. However, this is a risk mitigation, and the timing is exquisite. This won't mean anything in July. A letter, in fact, by the time it gets to somebody's desk and they actually look at it and whatever, I'm going to say that it's going to be relatively ineffective, because it really is something that has risen from something that was predictable, the lifting of restrictions at a time when increased availability for respiratory spread, for example, was available through March break, and of course this last long weekend. It's just the nature of the beast. So I support the letter, but I think the letter has to have some really good rationale around it. Number one is this question of authority. It's been extremely frustrating to have the local medical officer of health express concern about about what data can support the fact, and it's not a guess, it's a fact that there's an increased burden of disease in our area. It's supported by analysis from professionals. The recommendation for school boards to consider a temporary mitigation, not forever and a day, a few weeks even, really gives an opportunity for some breathing room, for absences to diminish, for some continuity in learning, for staff to, not be absent, basically, for students not to be absent, for parents not to be constantly juggling. Just a bit of mitigation. I want to also say that I'm not being unrealistic in support of the letter, that I think that somehow something magical is going to happen and everything's going to disappear. It's not an elimination of risk. It's a reduction. We're not asking for, maybe reintroducing, the cohorting and all the rest, but simple quality face covering can really stem a lot of transmission. We found out that we're not dealing, when we came up with MERV 13 filters and HEPA filters, etc., in rooms that were windowless, etc., we weren't looking at the same particle, in earlier variants. This one that we have right now is getting past some of that. So a lot of the criticism I see is not based on current science. It's comparing, something from 2 years ago when we didn't have vaccinations and the particle itself was different. So I support the letter, but I really think it has to include the frustration around the authority, and that our partnership with our local health unit is tight, and we defer and we use their expertise, and yet we're cobbled by a provincial law that says we can't do anything about it. So I think we have to have something in there that says we recognize the facts, the data in our area, and that the testing and the other things that aren't there to support the true burden are absent, that we need that, and that in the absence of no authority, what we're left with is an opportunity to have diminished teaching and learning in our buildings, diminished transportation available. It's compromising the teaching and learning already, right now, existentially. So we have to make it sound like it's urgent, because it won't make a difference in 2 months.
Thank you, Trustee.
It makes a difference now.
Thank you, Trustee Burgess. I have Trustee Halberstadt next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would just like to recite a letter or an email that I received that sort of gives an indication of the other side of the story, and that is the mental health of our children. I think the masking mandate to go back on, I think would be very destructive to them. So if you will, I'm going to read this. It's not very long. The transition to less restrictions must have been met with anxiety by some, but many staff and parents welcomed and celebrated the removal of restrictions on March 21st and continue to support this. My children are absolutely thriving because they're experience a normal school environment. The move away from a mask mandate, checkerboarding, lunches, normal recesses, and are long overdue. The first day back from March break, the kids were so excited. They love that they can play with their friends at recess, can be close to each other and eat lunch together. They're excited for the upcoming assembly, a fun fair, field trips, etc. All the things they've been missed out for years. Our schools are safe, and they need to maintain a normal learning environment, especially for the sake of the students, our growing children who have suffered long enough. So I think that's the other side of the story. That's the student's story. And I think it'd be very damaging. I guess you could argue that they brought this back too soon, but it's here now, and I think we have to do what's best for the children.
Thank you, Trustee Haberstadt. I have Trustee Cook and then Trustee Leclerc. Go ahead, Trustee Cook.
Thank you. So I'm disappointed that we're even here right now discussing this. Throughout the pandemic, we were told, not just our board, but boards throughout the province, stay in your lane. Don't discuss things that the health unit should decide, etc. We shouldn't have to discuss this. This decision should have been made by our Ontario Chief Medical Officer and our own medical officer of health. Our local medical officer said it was advising our school boards, local school boards, to implement a mask policy. That is wrong. If he feels that there needs to be a mask policy, he needs to implement it. The Ontario Chief Medical Officer didn't just recommend masks indoors, highly recommended them, but stopped short of a full mandate. Why? Because we're going to come up into a provincial election. So moving forward, I think that our local medical officer missed the mark here and is putting something in our plate, on our lap, that should not have been put here. I am going to support our students and not support moving forward with this letter. I think that we at this point need to listen to our students. They know best. Our two student trustees have stated that majority of students want to move forward. Also through emails and contacts, people that have contacted me, and I'm sure other trustees, it's hard to say if it's 60-40, 50-50, whatever it is with parents. But I just think that we've been put in a position that is wrong. The stress and the stress that would be put on our superintendents and our director if there was a mask policy implemented, if we did it, is wrong, because you can't implement it. And I just totally think our Ontario Chief Medical Officer was wrong in what he did, and our local medical officer was wrong saying that we should be implementing it as a school board. Thank you.
Trustee Leclerc and then Trustee Sipcar. Go ahead, Trustee Leclerc.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So throughout this pandemic, our board has consistently deferred to the medical officer of health. We've collectively used the approach that we are not doctors, we're not medical scientists, and we would follow their direction. And we've done that. We've done that throughout this pandemic. And we're currently following what we were told as we moved out of March break and into the current situation. What's happened is there's been a abrogation of responsibility at the provincial and the local level, and it's left the board in what I call an untenable position. We can't enforce a mask mandate. That's been made clear by the province. I used to think that science was science and it was pure, and that, you know, the laws of physics were the laws of physics, and such as they were. I'm now concerned that our science is being driven not necessarily by facts, but by other extraordinary circumstances, and it concerns me. So if the letter is to intend to urge the medical officer of health, the provincial officer of health, to look at the science and make a decision based on the science itself and give us some clear direction, I'll support it. Thank you.
And Trustee Sipcar.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just would like to speak in favor of the motion. Obviously, I appreciate a lot of the comments that the other trustees are making around, you know, just the level of responsibility that we are undertaking and how frustrating it is. I think this is a very divisive issue, and I don't think that, it's a clear thing. But what I think is true, and to support Trustee Burgess's earlier comments and what I would like to see in the letter is our rates of absenteeism, not being able to run school buses because we have staff off sick, not even having a clear indication of how many COVID cases we actually have because there's no longer testing. The reason why I'm not at the meeting tonight is because my daughter came down with a sickness that is thankfully in our, not COVID. We've, tested negative, but she was out of school for almost 10 days as a result. I could have made the decision to send her back knowing that she tested negative, but I chose to keep her out because I didn't want to spread any more, colds and things like that, knowing how bad this one was. So I say all that because there is not clear direction, and I think there are two sides to this issue, and advocating to our provincial government to actually look at the data in terms of our absenteeism, the COVID rates, et cetera, I think is within our purview. And I'm disappointed that the mask mandate has, been lifted after March break already. And I think that expressing our position from, the compromised learning environment as it stands, as Trustee Burgess mentioned, is the argument that I would like to see put forward. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Trustee Olmsted.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. To say I'm disappointed that we're in this position right now is probably the biggest understatement that I've made in the last 20 years. The government right now, our provincial government, has abdicated its responsibility. It is a month away from an election. I'm not sure when the writ will drop, but it's going to drop soon. This government is playing politics with the safety of our staff and students, and I, for one, am not comfortable with it at all. We are still in a pandemic in spite of what Dr. Moore or Doug Ford or anyone else is saying. And leaving mask decisions as a personal choice while removing any kind of risk assessment that we as human beings can make in terms of assessing our own risk, such as correct data, such as allowing individuals to be tested so that we have an accurate idea of how bad COVID is being transmitted throughout our communities. Removing every single safety measure, and that's what they are. There's no such thing as restrictions when we're talking about a pandemic. These are public health safety measures, and removing all of them in our schools, which is a congregate setting, no matter what they want to call it. It's a grouping of children and staff, left us in an untenable situation, just as Trustee Leclerc has said. And by removing our ability to do anything, it has left us with our hands tied. And I would love to see a mask mandate back in place for a short amount of time to stop the transmission or to slow down the transmission in our schools. Masks work. Science tells us we're in the business of education, and masks work. There are numerous studies that show that, but they only work when both parties are wearing them, not just one. This virus is continually evolving, and we are going to be continually dealing with this. And yes, life has to go on. And yes, we have to learn to live with COVID, but the let it rip strategy is not okay with me. I want our staff and students safe. I want our schools open. I want grads to occur. I want all the things that have been put on hold over the last 2 years. I want those for our staff and students. But how can we even fathom that happening if we have the highest absenteeism that we've ever had happen since March 21st? How do we foresee this happening if nothing has changed? And I understand that a letter might be, our only course of action tonight, but I'm so disappointed and frustrated that that is what we are being told that we can do. Our job is to provide a safe school, well-being for our students. And I'm sorry, I'm a mother of 4. We wear N95 every single time we've left our house. We have been in and out of hospitals and ICUs for 2 years straight. My children do not have mental health issues. because of wearing a mask. They have mental health issues because their lives have had constant disruptions over the last 2 years because of COVID and COVID outbreaks and things being taken from them, like sports and school and assemblies and gatherings with families. How can we expect any kind of normalcy to come back if we don't take the steps to mitigate those risks? So I do support the letter, but it needs to be very strong. It needs to really emphasize the point that we have been put in a catch-22 situation, that no matter what we do, and we should be doing everything we can in our power, it's not going to be enough. So I support this letter, but I am so disappointed with where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to support the letter because in this pandemic, everybody suffered. And I know wearing mask might, hurt somebody. They might think it will, have mental issues or something. But I agree with them and I feel sympathy. But I want them to think about those students who stay at home and are scared to come out to school. They are still doing online, and they also have, the mental issues more serious needs. So I would like those students or parents to think more about other people. Let's work together in this particular time to make a peaceful world. Let's try to protect other people, protect us. The only thing that we do is to have the mask, and it's also a form of teaching our kids to be responsible to other people, to learn to help, to protect the vulnerable students beside them. So I think that in this situation, the risk that we suffered might be a life of other people. So considering this, what can we not do? Like just wearing mask might, save somebody's life. So try to, think in a more overall, way and be kind to other people. And I respect the freedom, of people to make decisions. But once the circumstance is difficult and critical now, we have to, work out a way to make all the people, safer. And as for the government, I understand their situation, and the health officer, they, as a professional position, they announced clearly that they hope to have the mask back. They already did their best, and what if we can, respond and ask them to be more brave, to take further action, we can do that. So it's not a time to, blame each other for why you don't do something. Let's just focus on ourselves. What can we do to protect the society and to help the kids to be responsible and to help all the people to have less fearness and to enjoy the life here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other, Student Trustee Hawkins.
Thank you. I'd just like to request a recorded vote on this motion.
Thank you very much. So a recorded vote has been requested. So I'm going to make a final comment very quickly, and then I will call the recorded vote. I actually really appreciate the discussion we've had tonight and the comments that I've heard. I think it represents the wide berth of the people that we represent and the people that we are here making decisions on behalf of. And I'm appreciative of everybody's perspective on this. it took me a little bit, I will say, to get to where I'm at on it. I listen in on chairs calls, and I wear this mask everywhere I go. For me, it's more than masking. It's about the other precautions that we have. So I want to make it a note that that it's advocating for health measures, not just masking. I think there's plenty of layers. We've heard about this for 2 years. There's plenty of layers that we can do. And so I want to be able to advocate on behalf of those people that we are seeing here and everybody that that is whose jobs and whose days are impacted by the decisions we make here, that we're representing the realities of what's happening in our schools, and how that goes back out into the community. And it may be that the province decides no to masks, but yes to capacity limits, or yes to something else. I don't know, and so without knowing at this point, I think it's our obligation to ask. And I take the point that we are, I take and believe the point that we are not public health experts. We have never been. We rely on the data and the interpretation of that data that we do not know and cannot do. But what we do know, from what we know from our administration and from what they know of their school leadership and what we know about our educators on the ground and what we know about our students, we can tell the ministry that. And we can tell them what's really going on. And we can ask that they recognize that we need some help, and then use the science to figure out what that help can look like. So I'm in support of the letter. I will be calling a recorded vote, and we'll start with Trustee Cook.
Oppose.
Trustee Halberstadt.
Opposed.
Trustee Sartori.
Support.
Student Trustee McCowie.
Opposed?
Student Trustee Hawkins.
Opposed.
Trustee Leclerc.
Support.
Trustee Ching.
Support.
Trustee Sipkar.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Trustee Olmsted.
Support.
And I will be supporting as well. So that passes. Thank you, trustees, and thank you for that robust discussion. I appreciate it. We are now at trustee question period. Do we have questions for administration? Trustee Leclerc.
Through you, Madam Chair, in relations to the presentation by Mr. Lansbury earlier this evening, can you comment on Section 35 and how, in your opinion, it doesn't apply? And can you explain the context of how we determine a closed or open school within our system?
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. Go back a few years. This is my ninth year. This is my in this position, and so out of district was in place before I came into the position. It had been started. It hadn't existed in the form that it does now. 15 years ago, say. 15 years ago, it was simply a principal saying to the other principal, "Are you okay to have so-and-so come to your school?" The principal said yes, and there was no accountability from central office as to where students were actually going to school and where they lived. Then came the accommodation reviews that the province was pushing around that 12 years ago or so. And when that happened, I was a principal in one of the schools that the accommodation review took place. It was a very contentious one as well. And when that happened, as we were going through, the superintendent at that time realized that there was a number of individuals that went to that particular school that I was principal of that did not live in the district. And that significantly complicated determining how he was going to, for lack of a better word, split the school to make it reasonable populations in two different places because of the overcrowding. And so it was around that time that the out-of-district was brought to a different level so that there was an accountability piece in this building so that when we went in to go to do an accommodation review of a school, we knew where the students lived, where they were from, and thus there wasn't contentious pieces afterward as to we're going to make the students that live north of EC Road go to this new school that at the time they did not want to go to, and then the people that are south of EC Road get to stay at the current school, and then the people that are at the other school, because there wasn't room in that particular school, if they lived north of EC Road, they had to go to the new school. If they lived south, they got to stay at the current school, not the one they were being housed at. And so when that happened, then there was the category of, well, this person is from Walkerville, this person's from Tecumseh, this person's from LaSalle, this person's from Harrow. And then it was, well, what do we do with them? Do we put them over there or do we put them over there? And so I know that was a debate. I wasn't part of that debate at the time because it was here, but so that's what happened. That's where it came about. And so then from that came the out of district, basically, I guess, rules around it. The actual districts at the time had already been created and had been there for a number of years, going back probably, I'm going to say at least 25 years ago. Districts had been created, as all of the school boards have throughout the province. And so we basically gone by those. They have been changed over the years, as you know. We've done some boundary changes. And those have been done typically because of accommodation pressures in the particular schools. So some of those are a little different now than they were, let's say, 25 years ago, but a lot of the districts are still the same. Another find that we had was there were particular schools that might have had literally 550 students, and 350 of them were from out of district. And so a superintendent would go in to do an accommodation review and find out that that school is overcrowded because 2/3 of the school are from not their particular district. So they're actually going in to close the wrong school. It should be a different school that should be closed based on where the individuals live. And so that, again, that's part of the evolution of where it came from. So then that particular year that I was the principal of the school where the review was, more information had to be put out there as to proof of residency, because what was happening is a number of individuals, and a large number, were not necessarily, I don't want to use the negative term, but they weren't particularly letting us know where they actually lived. And they were also printing off false rental statements as to where they lived, giving up their children to have for other people to have custody of them to live at the house, but not actually live there. So there was a number of things that happened that way. And so from that, a list was developed of potential proof of residency pieces that we could use. A number of people were taking their driver's license and going and changing it to the address that they wanted us to see in the district that wasn't theirs. Then they would go back and change it, and it literally would take them 5 to 10 minutes to do that, and didn't cost any money either. So we realized those things over the years and have caught on to them to some extent. It's not a perfect way, but it's the best we can do at the time. So that's sort of the evolution of why it's to where it is now. The section 30, was it 35? Our speaker did, I did speak to the speaker and his wife a number of times, over the past number of weeks previous to this. And I know my admin assistant did as well. And he brought up section 35 to me, which I had never read, to be honest, in the Education Act. And my interpretation of it is not the same as what he has. The accommodation piece to me is more about accommodating because of particular programs that may not be at that school, or potentially because of some potential exceptionalities of individuals that may not be able to attend because of the physical structure of a school, for example. So that, after reading it, that was my interpretation of it. And then, was there another question in there? Okay.
Okay, so on the particular case that was presented this evening, I wouldn't mind having an offline conversation at some point later so I can get further details. But my supplementary is that the ownership of the policy related to open and closed schools, if I understand correctly, in the past, boundary presentations have been made to the trustees, but they're not subject to trustee governance. Is that correct? So it's fair to say that the ownership of open and closed schools lies with administration and not the Board of Trustees. So in other words, I can't bring forward a motion to amend a policy.
I would say correct in that particular situation.
Thank you. I have a question from Trustee Sipkar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And that was going to be my exact question around a policy process here, because I made note that on our policy and regulations, there wasn't anything there. And I wondered where specifically our policy on the open versus closed boundary lies, both just for trustee knowledge, but also for public knowledge.
So it's not, thank you for the question, through you, Madam Chair. It is not a policy. It is more of, I want to say, the expectation, the rule of what we do for out of district. It is on the website. I don't know, Madeline, I'll refer this one to you because you're the expert with it. And but I used to know where it was. Right now, I'm not quite sure where I would find it, but I believe it's been transferred over.
Okay, and thank you for that. I appreciate that as a supplemental. If that's made available to trustees, would it? I guess where I'm stuck here is that what I felt the speaker was articulating, and what I have heard from other parents, has been a lack of consideration within the process. It's not that the process or the rules are bad, but that there's no opportunity for exception to the rules based on other information or things like that. And I think that without being able to clearly read the policy and understanding the role of the trustee versus, administration, I feel a bit out of loss. And so I guess I'm just wondering if trustees were to request a report of seeing other boards' boundary policies to inform our own. Is that something that we can do? Because I have seen this come up several times, and I just want to understand what the role of the trustee can be to advocate for a policy that is more inclusive and meeting families where they're at.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I got all the question because I couldn't quite hear that. It is not uncommon for Ontario school boards to have a procedure like us. That is not uncommon in terms of open and closed boundaries. So, having worked in other school boards. So, I don't think that doing a big review and comparing them would be all that helpful. I'm just not sure what you're asking, Trustee Sipkar. Are you wanting to understand? I do think that there are, in exceptional circumstances, there are things that we do consider in those decisions. In exceptional circumstances that I'm sure that Mr. Allwender has been involved in, but compassionate reasons for severe things like, somebody's been bullied extremely or something like that. There are compassionate reasons that we do consider. So I'm not sure what you're truly asking, but it isn't uncommon for Ontario school boards to have policies and procedures with respect to boundaries, or how else would you ever balance enrollments is another concern, as really what the history that you were giving there, Superintendent Allwender, was about that.
And Trustee Sipkar, I'll just clarify too. I know because we have online registration, it doesn't give individuals the ability to register at a closed boundary school. So that part is there, and that's just how it had to be hooked up. The schools that are open boundary, it does allow the families to go in there and register at those particular schools. If they aren't happy with not being able to register at the school that they want to go to, they often contact the principal of the school that they wanted to go to, or the school that they were going to register at, one of the two. And then that principal will talk to them, explain the process and so forth. And then after that's done, if they're still not happy with it, they then tend to call our offices down here. And I certainly listen to all of the parents. Oftentimes they're hour and a half conversations. I give them a little bit of the history of it, why we make the decisions we do. And I don't say this I'm just going to say that a number of the parents, I'm going to say, I don't want to say every, I'm going to say the vast majority of the parents that do call my office, they want to move schools because the actual scenario that they'll present to me, they feel is a terrible scenario that they're in, and they think it's the worst one that there is out there. And I listen to them. I hear a number of different things. Often, many of them are very common, and but we have to be consistent in our office, because to let one do it and not the other, that kind of favoritism or just the inconsistency of doing something like that, at least for my conscience, wouldn't be appropriate.
Trustee Sipcar?
And right, I just wanted to say, I think this is where that I slightly disagree, in that I would not use the word favoritism, but I would use the word accommodation appropriately, and that is that if there's no discernment to make requests on a case-by-case basis, and we don't have any sort of understanding of how those decisions can be made. Again, I've heard this from a number of parents, and it seems to me that there could be a better way of handling this if there were criteria specifically naming reasons for why families could be granted exceptions, especially at schools where there is lower capacity and there are other things as mentioned. So I would appreciate seeing I guess it's not a policy, but the admin procedure, and just understanding that a little bit more, because this has come forward a number of times now. So thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Sipcar, maybe there's an email that between yourself and Superintendent Aywinder that can kind of start that discussion a little bit afterwards. Trustee Cook.
I just have a quick question. Director Kelly, you just mentioned there are certain exceptions, and one might be bullying. I was just wondering if you could share what some of the other exceptions might be. Would it be mental health struggles with doctor's notes? How does that work?
There could be things even with students who are not allowed to associate from a police perspective. That could be an example. Todd, maybe you deal with this all the time. I don't, so you might be able to add more examples. But that would be an example where we would.
Yeah. So if there's police involvement and there's a recommendation that individuals may not be able to be near each other, that's a great example. Sometimes there's CAS involvement, and based on what is happening with the individual child or individuals in the family, there may be exceptions where CAS is saying, no, they cannot go there because of this, and those are the reasons why, so we'll take that into account and typically grant the accommodation in that piece. There's others where, unfortunately, I think I can give an example because it's not pointing anybody out, and I'm not going to use names, but a few years back, there was, over the summer, there was a family, and unfortunately, the children's father passed away unexpectedly, and mother that same summer ended up getting cancer. And so because of it, the children had to move in with their grandparents, which were out of district to the school that they were going to. And so that was a very extreme circumstance, but they were not in a place where they needed to be moved at that particular time. So each case is an individual basis. And if there is a justification as to why those students should be moved to a different school because of something that's happening or something that's going on, or based on the recommendations of the experts that are dealing with this family, that is absolutely taken into play all the time.
Thank you very much. Trustee Olmstead, do you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, I do. Through you, Madam Chair. This goes back to the discussion that we were just having before about masks and the mask mandate. I understand that this stance is personal choice, whether you choose to wear a mask or not inside of our buildings. But in the reality, we have many students who are unable to make that personal choice because they are physically unable to wear a facial covering. Like many of our students in our special education classrooms. So what are we doing in those classrooms? Are those staff and support staff working in those classrooms, are they required to wear a mask? Because there is an element of personal choice that is gone from those students. They can't make that choice, and their families can't make that choice because they do not have the ability to wear a facial covering. So what are we doing to mitigate the risk in those particular classrooms?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Madam Chair. No, the staff are not required to wear masks in, I'm assuming, Trustee Olmsted, that you're talking about our Gains and Steps classrooms, where we would have children who had some extreme difficulties. That is up to them to wear masks, and it's also most of the students, or I shouldn't say most, actually, I've been very surprised, but some of the students in those classrooms are mask exempt as well.
Wow.
Is there a supplemental?
I do. So what are we doing to mitigate transmission in those classrooms? Because as I said, like, there's supposed to be a choice here, and some parents who had those children, who have their children in those classrooms, you know, they were relying on the staff to protect them because their child is unable to wear a mask due to mask exemption for various reasons. But what can we do, or what are we doing to ensure that those students are safe, because they don't have a choice?
Superintendent Armstrong?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So as Superintendent Wilcox indicated, wearing a mask or face protection is at the choice of the individual staff. So the board continues to provide that PPE. All of our Gains and Steps classrooms, regardless of the type of ventilation systems that are in place in the schools, all have HEPA units. That's not a ministry requirement. That's a choice that we've made as a board to provide. And with the exception of the schools that are scheduled to be closed because of new construction, all of our buildings have forced air mechanical ventilation systems, MERV 13 filters. The periods that it runs is much longer, 2 hours before school starts, 2 hours after school starts. And again, we continue to encourage opening windows when it doesn't impede on occupiers' comfort levels. And again, we always continue to promote physical distancing, hand washing, respiratory etiquette when you need to cough and things of that nature.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Student Trustee Hawkins and then Trustee. Okay, so I've got Student Trustee Hawkins and Trustee Cheen and then Trustee Burgess. Go ahead, Student Trustee Hawkins.
Thank you. And in terms of the out-of-boundary applications, are the protected grounds of the Human Rights Code considered in these types of out-of-boundary applications that we discussed?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much, Trustee Cheen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is that what's the current process that we report the positive cases in the classrooms? And I remember before that we have those information published online in the website, and I wonder if you can give detailed, data. What kind of data that we provide in the classroom?
Superintendent Korbach.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. So the ministry just announced Thursday that we will be continuing the absence reporting tool for the remainder of the school year, and that requires school administration to report absenteeism daily. And there is a threshold at which absenteeism rates have to be reported to the local health unit. So we've established those baselines for schools. Also on the website, we have an absence reporting tool that shows the baseline absentee rate for every school in the system. It shows the absentee rate for the previous day, the current day, and then the difference up or down from the previous current day of absenteeism in school. So that's all publicly available on the website.
Oh, supplemental. Thank you. So that's kind of school-wide, right? Not based on each individual class, and just for each school and how many absent, right?
Yeah, our reporting requirements to the ministry require that we report school absenteeism, but we don't report individual class absenteeism, at least on that reporting tool.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Trustee Burgess.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to share a comment from our colleague at Lambton Kent District School Board, Trustee Jack Fletcher, who has shared with us there are some semantics in reporting of absences and absenteeism. Absenteeism sometimes can have a negative connotation in that, there's an absence without reason, or sometimes it's taken negatively. So we're really trying at our OPSPA meetings particularly to say absences, because absences are absences, whatever the reason. But my question is about, to tag on to a little bit of what Trustee Olmsted was saying. We're sending a letter. We've talked about our concerns. We know that it's a divisive issue of reintroducing any, additional health safety protocols around mitigation of the spread of COVID within our facilities. But is there something, would this board, would administration entertain strengthening for the next short term, strengthening the messaging, the daily messaging, not out of fear, out of a consideration for education? I mean, there are people that, yes, watch the Thursday YouTube We Chew update and follow the data and go to the website and all of that. But it escapes most folks. And yes, we're so tired of it in the media. But is there something more we can do to get to strengthen our message, saying we're in the midst of something that is really affecting absences in our schools, staff and students? And there are a few measures, like we've all known about, that we could strengthen for a short time, and to really pitch it to say, okay, you've got a choice, but, could you do a favor? Could you really do a favor for your neighbor and just consider, using a mask for a few weeks? Is there because these are the stats for today. This is the situation. We're at a % positivity, according to WeChew, of this, and we're higher than the rest of the province. Yes, there's a province-wide lifting of restrictions, but each public health unit knows what's happening. We know the stresses that are on in our hospitals with healthcare professionals. We know these stresses. Is there any way that administration could strengthen the message, not just the same kind of sentence that we've all put out? We're a little tired of that. We've seen it a million times, and nobody's kind of rising to the challenge. And I think it's just, I put it this way: if we know that there's an intersection that needs a crossing guard because there's been lots of accidents, we would address it. We run bike rodeos, and we make sure that every kid knows as much as we can and try to distribute bike helmets. We try to do things to mitigate risk. We're not trying to put a damper on everybody and close everything down. We're trying to keep things open and good learning and consistent staff in our schools.
Trustee Burgess,
The answer is yes, Trustee Burgess. We would be glad to provide some messaging to encourage masking, if that would assist.
Yeah, I do think that would be great, and I can echo that sentiment from Trustee Burgess. So we've heard yes that those communications can be adjusted in the coming little bit, and we can encourage mask wearing where always possible. Thank you very much. Any other questions from trustees? Wonderful. Moving forward to notices of motion this evening. Do I have any notices of motion from trustees?
Madam Chair, it's Trustee Olmsted.
Go ahead, Trustee Olmsted.
Hi, thank you, through you. We listened to a really informative presentation this evening from Mr. Campbell regarding the implementation of PPM 81. So I'd like to put forward a notice of motion to write a letter to the ministry expressing the concerns mentioned by the presenter, along with the concerns expressed by our Greater Essex County District School Board, CX, in a letter that was sent earlier in the month. In the alternative, if my colleagues permit, could we move forward by consent this evening?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I have to declare a conflict on this item as PPM 81 relates directly to my workplace.
Thank you.
Should I, I haven't done this before, so do I go sit in the gallery? Do I stay put?
1 second, let me ask a question
thank
of the trustee. Trustee Olmsted, given that someone needs to declare a conflict, would you like to leave it as a notice of motion or keep it on consensus tonight?
Quite honestly, because I'm not in the room, it's very hard for me to read what's going on there. I feel very, disconnected sitting in.
If I can, I may offer this, that we've heard that the CX letter has been responded to, and so I think we do have some time to draft a letter and think about drafting a letter, and it at least gives our colleague some time to adjust that. Trustee Leclerc, do you have a point of privilege?
Or order, or privilege. I'm just thinking that if there is consent, Trustee Sartori has declared her conflict, there would be no discussion. We could do it by consent that way, because despite the fact that she's present, she's not participating, and there's no discussion. So it wouldn't affect her conflict. So I certainly support a consent letter.
All right, so Trustee Sartori has declared a conflict here. Do we have, is anyone against sending a letter regarding PPM 81 and in support of the letter previously sent by SEAC? Do I have anyone in opposition?
More information, Madam Chair, Burgess?
Yeah, go ahead.
The point 4 information, to add information. I'm in support of consent. I consent. However, I did allude to a submission that OPSPA made, and I think that could also augment whatever letters made from SEAC, et cetera, about PPM 81. So if I could submit that as well, I can send a letter.
That would be great. Yep, and that would be great. I think if we support our SEAC and we support our OPSPA colleagues, and we are using those to draft our letter, I think that would be amenable to us. Trustee Hallerstadt.
Can you tell me what the SEAC letter says in 20 words or less?
Superintendent Wilcox may be able to help out this. This is getting a little long for this period of the agenda, but I will allow it.
Sure. The SEAC letter just expresses some concerns regarding the draft of PPM 81, and Mr. Campbell talked a little bit about it, but it would be having support staff at school boards provide things such as suctioning, catheterization, etc. There are also other concerns that Mr. Campbell didn't touch on, but there was things such as, the issue of who's going to train this staff, etc. So there are a number of concerns. And I'm happy to share the SEAC letter.
That would be great. Any opposition from trustees for consent to send that letter? Seeing and hearing none, thank you for that deviation from the agenda, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Trustee Olmsted. So we do not have a notice of motion from Trustee Olmsted on that. Do we have any other notices of motion from trustees? Thanks for being accommodating, everybody. I appreciate it. Any announcements from trustees? Student Trustee Hawken.
Thank you, and I'd just like to extend my congratulations to the Bell River District High School Drama Club, who competed at the local National Theatre School competition with their show Emotional Baggage. The team was awarded Outstanding Production and will move on to compete at the National Theatre School Regional Competition later this spring.
I thank you very much for that, and I'm going to piggyback on that announcement a little bit and give a special shout out to TVA Secondary, who also participated in the NTS Drama Festival South District competition on April 14th. They took home 5 awards, and they shared Outstanding Production. Both BRDHS and TVA Secondary secured the Outstanding Production Awards, which secures them each team a spot at the provincial level competition. So we're always so loved, to see extracurriculars come back, and the arts is and especially beloved. And I will give a plug that my daughter belonged to the the TVA secondary drama team. So thank you to the teachers that supported BRDHS and TVA secondary in their wins and further to provincials. We love to see that. I'm looking forward to provincials. Indeed. I love wherever that was.
Trustee Burgess.
Probably. Any other announcements from trustees? Trustee Cook.
So I talked about this probably like a meeting or two ago, but we're getting very close to this. So this is the Faro Riverside Miracle Park. This committee has worked so hard for quite a few years on this park and raised so much money to have this park created. So celebrate the miracle, Saturday, May 14th. Rain date is Sunday, May 15th. 11 a.m. start time, ribbon cutting, and then opening game is at 12 p.m. It's located on Wyandotte Street, east between Janice Drive and St. Rose Avenue. This is going to be the place where families gather, friendships are made, and miracles will happen. So please attend.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yay. Any other announcements? Man, I love when you wrap up a meeting with that.
Okay.
So who was that? Trustee Burgess? Just yay?
Burgess, have a good Earth Day. Do something kind for the Earth.
Wait, I didn't catch that. Sorry, Trustee Burgess, I didn't catch that. Have a good Earth Day. Yes. April 22nd is Earth Day. So yes, absolutely.
Happening many things in meetings to come, etc. But make sure you check with your local school. I'm sure they've got something on that you can help with.
And we're all hoping for that nicer weather so I can at least open my windows on Earth Day. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.